Let's figure out if we got audio. Yes, there is sound playing with that. We'll just turn that down quite a bit. And flip over. Yay. All right. Very well. We ain't got a lot of room, but we're going to make use of what room we do have. We don't got a lot of room, but we're going to make use of what we got, definitely. Let me get this thing fired up. I'm just working on getting a monitor because my one's too far away from the bench. So we're going to jump into the YouTubes. That's the wrong YouTube, so we got to switch. There he is, that guy. Alright, alright, alright. It's late, but we got stuff to do regardless. Can I see it? I can see it. We're going to go here and keep it muted and have it pull up the chat so I can at least see that. If anything happens there, maybe not. Alright, let me make room. Yes, I'm going to skip you for right now. Skip. Working desktop. Get out of my way. Uh-oh, got hacked. That's not cool. Love that terms. Alright. We got the super monitor. We got to take a look at this thing. Let me get the report on it. So this is just written on paper. The wireless network adapter quits working. And I spoke to the customer. They said that they'd gotten a few new drivers. So we know what we're working on later. We'll have to. So Yoga 710 11 IKB 80V6 is the model name. Dang. Small computer. Too small to be useful for me. But different folks. Right? Let's see what we can do with some network. Might be able to actually throw this up as soon as I confirm what's on the desktop. We'll try and put it on screen. Yeah, let's try it. What do we got? Mini HDMI and the whole thing is popping apart right there. That's back together. Let's try and put this out to our desktop and see what happens. Okay, so that's not grabbing any signal yet. Who do we got? We got people? Hello, hello. What is repaired today? Hi, Michael. Dad. What is repaired today? This Lenovo keeps losing network connection. I just had to bomb the chat there quick. I'm trying to feed it out to OBS so we can get an eyeball on the display rather than zooming in and looking at a screen. As much as I like that old trick, that sucks compared to sending it out to a display if we can. The trouble is, I don't know if that cable is going to cooperate, and I think I have one more here, possibly. For whatever reason, the cable that I have plugged into this mini or micro HDMI is just seems to throw a fit with some devices. But we'll try and get it to display. Let's go to our desktop. How are things going? They're going great. We're gonna try and add another display. Didn't detect. Alright, let's plug and unplug the capture. It's not having it. Where be you at? Hello, Chris. Hello, hello. HDMI. HDMI. Let's pull my cable. Where is it? Where does it go? We're gonna try a different capture card. That one is giving me loads of crap. Elgato, you let me down. Camlink, I don't approve. You failed me. We get to try this other secret unknown capture card that seems to never fail. At least we can get a picture up. Now we just need it to display, if the display works. That's still unknown. It's not detecting. Unless somebody has a full-size HDMI to micro adapter they want to drop off quick. All right. Not you, not you, not you. Well, I guess we're doing it the old way. It's not going to pick up an external display, as sad as that is. We'll give it a couple more minutes to see if I can feed this out. Do I have a USB external? Like, not capture card, but what are those stupid things called that you can plug in USB and send it out? Like add another display? Yeah, it's not going to happen. So far as I can tell, it doesn't even detect when plugged into the micro port. Now, whether that's my bad cable or something entirely else. Let's add some heat to this so we can get that plastic out of the way. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get external display. So we just got to try and sort out our wireless adapter. All right. It doesn't work. Out of sight, out of mind. And what I'm wondering is we can see, we got to do it the old school way. This micro HDMI doesn't want to display out. Splitter? What do you mean splitter? Yeah, well, the cable was broke. Not broke, it got flexed at once and I had to use Instamorph to hold it together. I don't have another cable currently, or do I? Hey, display connection might be limited, but with this jankiness here, let me zoom back out, we might actually get it. So I'm adapting USB 3 to C, from C to HDMI. Now let's see if we can get it functioning. For all intents and purposes here, it at least detects it. I just think that micro port is not, or the cable, one or the other is not up to snuff for displaying this stuff. Yeah, we still may, even though it detects it, it may not want to send it out. That's what's crazy. Yeah, no dice, I'm afraid. No external display. We gotta do it the stupid way. Alright, so let's get on to the root of the problem other than trying to get this thing to display. So allegedly, we'll go old school style with it. This thing, the network adapter, keeps or quits working. And being that we can see all these wireless connections around us, and I can click on either one of ours here for the shop, we're going to go ahead and take a moment and connect. See if we can get a connection. Hello, hello, more people. Jaden, where did I leave off? Roger, Jaden, Fernando. Yeah, well, I'm going to look at drivers. It did connect. Let's open up a browser. I hate having to off-screen everything when using client computers, but you kind of have to, because you don't know what's going to pop up for their home page. Alright, so we're not going to restore these. We went over to a little place. Let's see if we can unlock this now. So this is allegedly, yeah, your IP address is showing. That's fine. I'm just doing a test of our internet real quick. We'll do combined. You're being tracked, that's fine. ABG, we're not here to sort you out. This, oh, I hate this antivirus. Please note, BIOS update, we're going to cancel it. Is there anything else locking me out? We're building a computer here in a bit. Okay, so is that, it did a test without even doing the test? 20.7, 10.9 up. Let's retest real quick since the page isn't locked up. It's just locked up by who knows what. Clearly, a network adapter works. We can unplug this since it's of no use. And audio. Audio. I have audio on my side. So how about now? Back and good? Okay, yeah, I don't know what changed, but there you go. I told you, it's easy to make yourself look like a fool, even if you're not on camera. Just if you got black gloves on camera, you can look stupid. You can look stupid even without the gloves. So what I was saying, let me cancel that. The problem with this is they kept losing their network connection. The owner kept downloading new drivers for the Wi-Fi card. I'm putting it down to they don't know how to use their keyboard. Like, it's set up by default that if you just hit F7, it kicks it into airplane mode and cuts the network connection. Now, are they hitting that on purpose? I don't know. Probably when they're typing, they might be going for the number keys because there's no number pad. And if you have to use number keys and your fingers hitting that, that will cut your internet off. It's a problem I see a lot. Without extensively testing it, I mean, it works. I connected to my Wi-Fi to the 5 gigahertz. We'll connect it to the 2 gigahertz quick. We're on the 5, we'll go to the 2. Other than throwing this thing off in the corner and letting it play a YouTube video and seeing that it crashes on its own and doing speed tests, I don't really have much way to verify that it's actually bad. I think it's user error. Problem exists between the keyboard and the chair. You know, with the top row of keys not requiring the FN key to be hit. And the whole, like if you use Windows, I personally use Windows shortcuts like Alt F4 when I'm ready to shut the computer down. Well, doing Alt F4, that mutes our microphone and unmutes it. To get the Windows shut down, notice you need FM plus Alt. So I'm gonna lay this one on, not knowing how to use the keyboard possibly. Anyhow, thanks for the notifications. Load some porn up and stick it to one side. Now I'm gonna load up rewatch your video, Chris. Boom, no, I'm sure you said I won't plug that because that's not needed. Boom, no audio. Yeah. Conflict between inputs. Yeah, the audio's here. I mean, I can see, it showed that I had it the whole time in Restream. I don't know what to make of that, but here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna throw a YouTube video up and toss this off to one side. Or how about this? What can we play? That has no copyright. Do I actually have to open the app? Yeah. Alright, not Spotify, we're doing some YouTubes. I'm gonna throw a video up. Go to this guy's channel and find a video. I'm gonna find an old live stream of mine. and throw it up and toss this thing to the side and get to some new parts. What was a long one? For the fans, that was a bit ago. There we go, that was 5 hours. Finally, sending data. Alright, it's getting muted. We're going to see if this video plays. I just have an old live stream of mine on. Does this thing have battery before I unplug it? And we're getting away from these, from this thing. I'm telling you, it's, oh, we have to change the keyboard. Yeah. Is that a BIOS thing, or is that Windows utility? APG. Hopefully with our crap internet here I can play that and not kill my own stream by watching an old stream. This is a small pain in the ass computer. This is not laptop class to me. Lenovo. We have some Lenovo settings that we're going to see what. Maybe we can disable these FN keys. Or the top row and make them have to use FN. Come on, man. Entertainment tech, no. We're hitting, this is completely done. Alright, can we even do anything? Out of warranty, there we go, 0 months remaining, good to know. Microphone, camera, accessories, yeah, yep. So nothing to do with the keyboard in, at least not in these settings. Input and accessories, let's try that. It's a Lenovo, so you never know. I'm not familiar with them. We're going to find out if that lets me turn off top row. If it doesn't, well then we got to reboot this. We got to repower it and stolen. No, it's not stolen or lost. Just let me disable the damn top row. I'm not through an app and an online interface. Yeah. All right. Repower, reboot. Good to know. Network. What is this thing? Lenovo 710 11 IKB. F1. This is an allegedly, so F4. Let's do shutdown. Ooh, it is a touchscreen. Come on, man. Yeah, that's my thoughts. I mean, I'm gonna power it back on, but I do want to try and disable that top row of keys. So allegedly, F1 gets us into the BIOS, but is that with the FN or without it? And we didn't beat the train on that one. It's back to Windows. So we're going to do the hold shift trick, and hopefully that lets us get past Lenovo's stupidity they have set up. Nope. F2. The beeping. Do we have a beeping? Oh, that would be the answering machine. Here's a good question. Can a manufacturer disable the shift restart trick? I don't know if I didn't hit it in time the last time, but is that manufacturer dependent? Let's find out. Okay, we got a blue screen finally. It's UEFI firmware settings. That's what we want. Very well. Let's look for keyboard disable and throw this thing off to the side so we don't have to deal with it anymore. Always on hotkey mode enabled. Okay, so we got to turn the dummy switch off. Is that focused enough to read it? Let's refocus. Unlock it. All right, as good as we can get it. So hotkey mode enabled. We're going to disable that, making them have to hit the FN key to go to airplane mode. If they want to adjust the volume, it's going to require FN, and I'm fairly certain that'll take care of their network issues. So, problem solved. Let's do something fun now. Do we dare go test it and make sure that what we did is actually going to be the case? Andrew, you might have been here for a while, but hello. I didn't see your name. I'm just checking chat here for a moment. One shortcut in the registry. Life support. What, for this? Life support is put it in a drawer and don't get it back out. That's... It's always this. See, this is one of the things I hate about working on a live device is just covering people's names and checking the desktop before you show it to make sure you're not actually showing anything. Okay, we're back in. Let's check our network connection. We are connected. Oh no, it's the 5G. Turn it off. It's ruining my brain. We are connected, and just tapping our airplane mode does not do a thing. No, we don't want carrot browsing. However, we should lose that connection if we FN plus F7. Airplane mode on. Very good. Airplane mode off. Now, we should not need an FN, and we get our regular Windows shortcuts. Perfect. We're going to let the customer get this back, try it out. If that solves their problem, I don't think there's going to be any charge for turning the dummy keys off. Typically there isn't when it's something like that. But onto the good stuffs. When testing, turn off automatically connect to Wi-Fi, because if it disconnects, it will reconnect. Yeah. Good point. Jaden, very good point. I'm going to put that over to user error. Who knows though? I mean, I could be 100% wrong. We got a computer to build for a guy. We're going to start getting some parts out. AMD. All right. Just what every Intel fanboy wants to build is an AMD system. Let's see what other goods we have in this box quick. Is that a sheet of stick? They give you stickers nowadays? I haven't built a computer of my own in over 10 years and really dug into a box. So you get stickers, a case badge. And a book. Alright, enough playing. What model are we looking at? X570S. Here's the pertinent question on this one. Are we going to be stuck not being able to do anything because of having to flash the BIOS? I don't think. I think we should be prepared. What do we got here? What do we got happening in the chat? Awesome, thank you. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, pro Intel all the way, but it's just stupid. It's a stupid argument, number one, even though I've always built Intel, but, you know, the AMD has done awesome these past however many years with, like, pretty much the whole Ryzen series. Yeah, we don't know yet. We don't know if it's a nice system yet. Yeah, we're not going that route yet. Okay, Ryzen 9 5900X. Will our board boot it? The big question. We need... So, who's AMD fan out there? Do we have one in the chat? Can somebody tell me? See, here's the problem. I don't have a Wraith cooler here, and this one, I don't know if it didn't come with a cooler, or I don't think it's one that comes with a cooler. We do need a graphics card as well, because there's no built-in graphics in the 5900X. But can I use an old air cooler that fits that layout? That's the pertinent question. Will it fit? Not for many years now. You have that CPU, Michael? 5900X? Ah, I can't complain about it. I don't run AMD personally, but every AMD system that I built that had Ryzen on the CPU box has been impressive. 5958. No, we're 5900X. 5950X. Can it put? Oh, we got it locked. He did the dumb. We're a little dirty here. Let's clean this thing off quick and find out what story, if any, there is to this. Because I don't want to have to bench test. I don't want to have to use a water cooler, because that's what's ultimately going on it. But being that I don't have a Wraith air cooler, we'll see if an old style cooler will fit it. I know we need a CPU in there. I just want to see, does it fit? Yes, it does. And that should be plenty just to bench test this thing. All right. can it run solitaire? What are we talking about? We're going to find out. It's an Aorus board? I hope not. I don't know. If it doesn't, we better hope I have a socket AM4 CPU here. Look at that mess. We got an even tinier. X570S. Socket AM4, give me a revision number. Oh God. Revision 1.0. Very nice right there. All right. Okay, allegedly, according to the support list, I pulled it up over here. It's supposed to support it. Revision 1 motherboard, unless I missed a big, did I miss a big red NA? NA equals not support. Am I reading it wrong? GPU? Okay, so that's GPU. As far as I can tell, since BIOS version F1, let's find out. What's it going to be? Is it going to work? Not work. Alright, we need a triangle. Bright light. Watch your eyes. Triangle toward me. Yeah, we're going to install. Who's talking about Windows XP? Alright, where's the linear impact driver? We got to make sure that those pins are in there. Just one shot generally, right? Who is talking about Windows XP? Who is still running Windows XP? No. All right, old air cooler for testing, check. Is that way or the other way? Where'd I put it? Where'd I put it? Dang, we could go even smaller with that one. It is that way. CPU optional, CPU fan. We only got a 3-pin, so it's gonna sound like stupid loud when we get there. How much is this? Two 8-gig sticks. All right, we'll go with just 8 straight off the bat. And we don't need an M.2 installed yet. We'll get to that. There's some thermal paste on there already. This isn't permanent. This is just for bench testing the thing to see if it's gonna give us a hassle. Is this on our supported going to work list as it says it is, or do we need an update? We do need a power supply. What do we need for the APS connector? Dang. Is that really 2 8-pins? Alright, audio. Should still have audio. What else do we got? 750. We need much power. We gotta open up much power here. Is that one of those snack packets they ship with these? Where'd it go? Super tasty. Yeah, definitely update the BIOS. 100%. But what I really want to know is, are we stuck in the loophole of needing a different CPU in order to even get this thing to post? Because there are combinations of Ryzen CPU and motherboards. Mainly that's when you're talking like an older like Bristol Ridge era board. Was it Bristol Ridge? I forget. But an older board and one of the new, like a 5600G or one of the newer Ryzen CPUs. Those are the ones that, if they're trying to add support for those. So let's get some power and find what we're going to need. So CPU, we'll definitely need that. Will we need dual CPU? 8 pins, don't know. We'll keep it out in case. I don't know if this guy is transferring SATA drives over. He has an old build here. And I'm going to say no, possibly to Molex. We'll find out. What does a 6600 RX 6600 card run on? 4 pin, 8 pin, how many pin? We have to look. I don't know if we can see that through the light. Yeah. 1 8 pin, so that's all we're going to need for this GPU. We're going to need that to do this test as well, so let's get our 24 pin. And we need to find a GPU. What is that? A SATA. Okay, here's the question. What is this? VGA. So that is 2 6 plus 2 pins. I hate those cables. If we can avoid using it, we're going to. Are you kidding? We don't have one straight through. They're both doubles. Yeah, both doubles. Come on, EVGA. Right, they win. They win, I lose. We will need at least one SATA connector, I think. But not yet. Not yet. That again. Dad made it. Alright. We got SATA. Boom, boom. Okay. Just for testing, we're going to need VGA, 24 pin. CPU, where's the non-split one? Or are they both? They are. Loser. CPU 1. Question is, can we get away with that? Is it going to be enough? We gotta lift this a little bit and make room for our GPU bracket and get some power. Celeron 900, 6 gig hard drive, and a 50 megabytes of RAM. That's an old computer. The Celeron 900. What year was that? Where is it? RAM here? Are you asking what RAM? That? We have 2 sticks. It's a 16 gig kit, Corsair Vengeance, if that's what you're asking, Roger. DDR4, 1937. Are you saying that a Pentium 900 is from 1937? Prove it. Prove it. I'm skeptical at best. I think those numbers are being fudged. So at least I'm happy to see this. This is a very cool thing. Yeah, 25 years ago, I was gonna say. I'm happy to see this. Stickers like this coming on power supplies, because when they first had power supplies that did the eco mode where the fan didn't spin or wouldn't spin until excessively hot, you didn't see stickers on these things. And that's a super cool thing that they're starting to put those on, because not everybody's going to realize that. And when the power supply kicks on, you might think it's broken. We need a GPU, and we're going to post test this, and if all's well, then we can go for the case and be here for a little bit. Where? Oh, I was going to say. These boards can run 3200. Well, we will find out. This is not my purchase. Somebody brought these. Somebody bought this stuff and brought it in. So before I go doing all the peelies, like peeling stuff off, we're gonna test it, and if all works as expected for being new stuff and hopefully no DOA, then we can start peeling and putting it in a case. The pins on, I just pulled the cover off of this. Pins look good there. No reason for alarm. We need a power button. Power button. Hard drive power. Okay, very good. Very good. All right, connected to power. what else do we need for this to post? We have a CPU, we have a slight bit of cooling that's going to sound a bit off, we have GPU, we have power, we have nothing blocking nothing, we have power supply. Let's apply HDMI, USB, and find out, did we get a post? This I should be able to send out to the stream, as long as it works. $23. Come on, Chris. Is that true? Can't be. Can't be. You meant 22, right? A Fujitsu PC. I don't even know the last time I've seen one of those. Alright, so if it's to be expected to run, there's going to be an HDMI cable somewhere that we can plug in. That will give us a display. Good sign, as soon as we hit power, it kicked on my KVM, at least for the HDMI and USB that I plugged in. We need a keyboard though. That's the main thing. Alright, let's move the chat computer. We've got a keyboard. Oh, that's going to sound awful. We might just have to go for the water cooler. I did not want to get that out. Alright, let's see if we can bring this up for anybody. I doubt it, but we will try. There we go. Let's, can we flip over? Haha! I can't believe that worked. Alright. BIOS has been reset. Please reconfigure your BIOS setup items if needed. We need a mouse. Dead mouse? Live mouse? Dead mouse? Live. It lives. And, alright. Detected. You can't really see that. I guess we'll move the camera. So it detects our CPU which is good. We shouldn't expect to see a BIOS screen if it didn't. I don't know any BIOS that'll load up, at least on computers, if it's not detecting. And it got our one 8 gig stick that we inserted. It may take a bit of playing. I did express this to the person when they were buying parts, that just because you buy said RAM speed, like, yeah, super bright. 3600 is what it says basically. Let's do that. 3600 megahertz. Just because you buy it doesn't mean it's going to run at that. Some of those speeds are with an overclock, some are not. And it's going to be settings. What time's the PC taking out? You like that? That's a Ryzen 9 5900X on an old air cooler. We have a water cooler for the build for the case. We'll actually take a look though and see. So we had it, it was up at normal. Kick it back on auto. CPU fan fail warning. I don't like that. Enabled. XMP disabled. We'll need to get the other RAM in, enable that. This can be a fun process, but luckily we just got to build it and get it posting. If they want to do the rest, I'm all for it. What else? What else? What else? BIOS version F1. Let's hop on the supercomputer. Over here. And check out our latest downloads. Okay, so our current BIOS version, as we could see, was F1, going by, well, what it said it shipped with for revision 1 and what it says right there. F1. $5,000 G series processor support. So yeah, I'm guessing, say we had whatever 5600G, it probably would not have posted in this board without a BIOS update. And then we have this one. Can we skip over that? So basic Windows 11 and requirements, 7/13/2021, 10.1. So that's the newest version that's out. The first release. All right, we'll get into that at a future point. We're going to shut this down and install in case. Save and exit. Depending, we may have to come back in and mess with those settings. I did that for the fan that we have on here right now to quiet it down. We don't want a jet taken off. So, yeah. The water cooler, we may need to adjust it different. Use our power button to power down, disassemble, and we will rebuild in a case. We got to get a case out, and I may even have to rig up another camera, sadly. What fun will that be? So who else out there is afraid of BIOS updates? Gotta be somebody. Somebody somewhere is afraid of a BIOS update, because you can end up with fancy bricks that way. Nice paperweights. You just don't do them. A good adventure, if you want some learning, is right in the middle of a BIOS update. Just take and kill the power to the system. I mean, it's not recommended if you want a working system, but if you want to learn how to potentially fix or recover a system, yeah, kill the power right in the middle of a BIOS update. Some boards can come back from it, not all. Alright, power down. Let's disassemble. We got to get a case out and put computer in case. We need what? Screwdriver, torque wrench, and linear impact driver. The other problem I have with BIOSes and updating them, when you had computers that were common, like shared a BIOS, like a Dell Vostro and is it Inspiron or XPS? One of the two. It was like legit. You would try to get the BIOS download from Dell, and they would hand you a BIOS for another one. I had it happen to one or two in the past, like trying to get the BIOS file from the manufacturer's website of the computer, and it just flashed the wrong BIOS on it. Those were nightmares. When it happened to two boards in a row, that's when I actually caught that it was a problem, and we did not try and update the BIOS anymore on that one. This one we should have no problem. Newer, much newer, better hardware. Alright, we have our open air bench test done. Let's get this in a case and get it out of here. Massive dual BIOS sticker on the case. Yeah, Gigabyte did that with their motherboards, the Stable series. 2000, I don't know, the Stable models, I think 2010, 2011-ish. Intel second, in between second, I think third gen when they came out, Ivy Bridge. That was real big then. Here is the real question. We need to get to that release for the GPU. Have a safe trip to the store, Roger, if you heard that. Be safe. The roads can be crazy unless you're legit running. In that case, don't sprain an ankle. Alright, we need to do research in a book. I'm guessing this one is where we're going to put the M.2 drive. Gaming 2 terabyte. However, we're going to check the manual and find out recommended for this one, where do we put it. M2A, okay, so we have 4 M.2 slots on this thing that I'm aware of, unless there's another. None on the back. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Guessing it's going to be the top one. If we're just running one drive. All right, very good. Either one of these three will handle PCI Express 4.0 according to the Helping Friendly book. The bottom one would be more NGFF SATA, so we're going to throw it in the top above the GPU. We're not going to bury it below it. That way if it needs access or swapped or anything for any reason, may possibly be done without having to pull the GPU, although that would make it worlds easier. It's definitely, well, I mean, it's M.2 form factor, but it's NVMe for sure. It's not a SATA drive. Helping Friendly book says we can put it, it'll have access either through the CPU with 5000 through this slot, and then this one's controlled by the chipset, and the other one, all three of them, the first three support NVMe. The bottom one would be SATA. We don't need that screw, get in there. We need these. Nice. So we'll go there. We need parts. Or is it just simply going to sit there? That's what we were looking for. Which one though? Both the same, equal? Very good. What is messaging? How do we audio gone? I think I might have hit something on the keyboard. I know if I hit the keyboard with the window active, it'll mute. Actually, we still need that. Okay, so that big hunt was all about, we got the thing here. I know if we peel this, we have our thermal pad and everything will be held in place by the screw here and here. But being that we have that tie down there, I don't see any harm in a screw sticking into a little bit of thermal pad, so we're going to tie the drive down. Even though the shield should hold it, we're going to make sure that when the shield comes up, the drive stays down. Probably create a bigger mess doing it this way. But that's job security, right? Create the bigger messes. All right. All right. Check that these are up to spec. And click. Click. Torqued perfectly. Let's get this off of here and get it cleaned. get it cleaned up. Give me some IPA. IPA, my beauty. The case is what I'm actually kind of excited about. It's an oddball. It's very strange. But I'm actually trying to find one for myself now. My setup has changed sides after a decade. So, computer on the right-hand side, and it's now a left-hand sitting computer that I can't see anything. So, for the new build I want to do for myself, I need a inverse left-handed case, and I'm probably going to get one of these weird ones if I like how this works out. Not perfect, but still very well, very good. Oh. All right, we get to battle a case out of a box. We gotta move some stuff. We gotta make room for this thing, number one. It's a crowded bench today, but we will survive. We got no option, no choice. Now, hold on a second. Let's take a look-see. I have to check something in my email quick. Get out of the way. Where's the studio? Give me 1 second here. I gotta mute for a phone call. We back. We're back. We got green audio levels. Okay, phone call to be coming back. I want to pick up for a moment. Do I need to scroll down? No, no, no. Bed. I wish it was bedtime, man. It's not here yet. Okay, yeah, so that's definitely a box that comes with, but it did not have it. Alright, second stick of RAM going in. You watch, that's the dead on arrival part right there. That's gonna throw the whole build off. M.2 stuck in place. We are going to start putting this thing together somehow, some way. Let me find parts. pry tool, pry tool. Oh. All right. Kill that. 1 minute. Phone call. There we go. Now we got audio. Finally. Okay. Here's my dilemma. Big dilemma. We shall see. I have a case. I need to know if I should use said case, because it's not 100% the model that was ordered. So, waiting on a call back. You may have to end this without actually building, which would be sad. I wanted to build and get it going. But I'm not the decision maker here. I say send it. But we will find out. Oh, what else do I have that I can mess with until then? I don't know. Let me see. Let me see what else I have here. Alright, well, here's what we're going to do. We're putting it together. That will be, or this will be, determining factor. Finished building. I need to find hardware. That's the other thing. Come here. Super heavy glass door. You're getting far away from me so you do not break. Do I have? Haha, I do have a higher up camera. I didn't think it was hooked up. Alright. I'm pulling a case apart right now. I need to find the hardware. Yeah, no. Let me send this quick message. What else do we have here? Getting late, people. I want to throw it together and be done. What is that? Oh, microfiber? To clean your... Alright. Where's the damn camera? Let's add one more picture. Just because you can never have enough photos. Still early here, Nick. Yeah. You're out of your mind, a madman. All right, so I'm going to proceed against better judgment. Give me that stupid box, thank you. Just oh my least favorite part is right here. Wiring. Come on, we're gonna need USB 3. What is that? Audio. What is that? USB 2. Our front panel. USB Type C for the top of the case. Basically that whole mess of a thing. We don't have much room, but we're gonna make it work. But I myself, I understand the working late at night or staying up late. That's when I do some things, when not at the day job at night. They are cable, they are stripped together. Man, you fools, why? Freaking wire ties. Even though we're gonna have to get 100 of our own out. Yeah, it is. I don't like it, but you know. Okay, so rarely, I'm gonna throw this out there because this is just one of those things. Here, let's play the game of who can spot the difference. I gotta pull up a link here. I actually have to find another link. Okay, so we'll throw LCD up. I'm trying to find pictures. I basically have the same thing pulled up. We've got a black version, a white version, but tough to find. And now, the more pertinent matter. Actually, what showed up, not the same as what was ordered. So, I'm waiting on, like I said, I'm waiting on a call back. Hopefully that call comes back. If it doesn't, I don't know. But, knowing the person, I'm going to go ahead and then I get to do this all over again for free. Yay. But that's alright. It's only a little bit of wiring. Can't cry about a little bit of wiring. Those are both going to be toward the bottom. Am I mistaken? 100% on the bottom. So bottom and middle. We need a third. Yes, we do. So third, then we need let's find out real quick. We have 2 screws to pull. Do I have to stand off this? Give me the damn shield. Okay, yeah. Let's start working on the standoffs. So we have to add 1, 2, 3. Hopefully that's in the right spot. Alright, sound. This is not a sound day. I've heard, I've never done this myself, but I've heard standoffs are important to have in the right spot. They can short stuff out if they don't line up with the screw hole on your board. I've heard tales of it, never personally done it. But I have thrown sparks out of many a computer. Alright, thread locked. Looking good. Looking for as good as it can look right now, which is pretty damn grim, but what are we looking at? What do they got going on here? What is that a lock nut for? Is that really a standoff install? Oh my goodness. Alright, dumb question it is. Standoff installer, get out of here. It's called a nut driver. Buy one. Don't be lazy, people. We have a double-decker card. It will be this and one down from it. Did we get report back on the store trip? Did that go as planned? So we're definitely magnetic, just not that magnetic. Alright, let's do a test. What screws do these monkeys have these threading in with? Tell me it's these ones. I haven't threaded a case in with it 100% is. I have not locked the board in with these screws since I do not know what. Alright, so be it. That's the standoffs that's in there. That's the ones we're using. I'm not flipping them to coarse thread. No way, no how. Bench power supplies, 30 volt, 5 amp, or 30 volt, 10 amp. Bench power, what do you want the power supply for? That's, I mean, the more pertinent question. What are you trying to do with it? Alright, we ready for some real racket. We got some of the screws in. Let me tighten these down. Got to get out the noise maker for this one. We're going to set this guy down for a moment. Okay, very well. And we should be able to get away with not having to keep grabbing this thing and flipping it. Even if we have to make a little bit of noise, we will do so. Computer, did you die? Fire alarm. Oh my goodness. That is not good news. Only at warning stage at the moment. What do you mean warning stage for a fire alarm? That, like house fire alarm? Forest fire in the forest alarm? Somebody planning to light a fire alarm? There's a lot of unknowns there. 30 volt 10 amp, but I never used 10 amp. You just haven't fried anything properly, Chris. You gotta give it that good juice. Really kill it. Oh, in a factory, okay. Well, that makes sense. In the first 2 stages, first is short beeps. If it goes full on, then you're out. I mean, that makes sense, I guess. You don't want to panic if no need to. But when it's time to panic, it's when it's full out. Yeah, I can see it. All right. Can we count to 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we're missing 8. We have to pop a rad in here, in there? Yes. Are we going to do it there? Well, let's put our shield back on. Now that we've got it cased. Nothing stuck to our thermal pad. Sent home with full pay. Dang. Somebody come light a fire at my shop here. Only one person has to evacuate. But I don't have to continue. Man, fires are scary. I know that, like, get out of there. Fires are scary. I lived through one as a 6-month-old, I was told, when our house caught on fire. And then as a 40, was it before July? 40, either 40 or 41-year-old woke up to fire alarm, smoke alarms going off in my house. And that was a scary day. Just sent you a link, print. All right, email time again. Gotta love links in the email that you're supposed to print, but yet you can't open. Yeah, man, it's going back to what I was saying before, the whole links in the email thing. A scary situation. I never dreamed of waking up to smoke alarms. Luckily, everything was good. It was just a small, very, very small thing, but still enough to make smoke alarms go off, which when you're asleep and that's how you wake is very disorienting. Like you don't, it took me a minute, like, what is that noise? And for me to realize, yeah, we're working at a wood bench and we got our wooden spinny boy here. PDF opens that type of file? Are you bent, man? We're going to test that theory. I don't think that is. Okay, so be it. We're going to route some stuff through. Abuse CPU, which is very, very unfortunate. There, wire's out of the way now. Now we can spin freely. No good place to pull these through. So either we pull them from here and take them forward a little, or pull them from right here. This is closer, but it's also going to be not hidden in the shadow of the GPU as much. So we're going to find out what we can do by pulling from here first. Power LED, power switch, reset, LED, what order does that stuff go in? Oh, don't make me check with my eyeballs. LED for the switch. LED is toward the front. Negative forward. Reset hard drive power LED. Is it, hold on, is it heavy on the legs stood up at the bench? What, I'm not sure what you're asking. Like, hard on my legs standing up working? Or hard on my feet, I guess, is the better way to phrase that. Alright, pins. You're not going to win. This is where I win. Got it. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really, like, obviously working on stuff, I've sat down. I mean, I have a chair here, like a pub height stool on wheels. It just rarely sees use. Not often do you get to do fun stuff, such as, you know, at least I don't, as focus on one thing and whatnot. I'm more or less back and forth across the 10-foot bench, and then I have another 8-foot behind me that I can sometimes have stuff on. So, doesn't make sense to set and roll around. At least not for me. Coffee break. That was good. Not on fire? That's good to know, man. I was talking about that. That's when you're asleep and you got smoke alarms waking you. Yeah, it's a real trippy situation, man. You don't know what to... it took me a minute to even realize what it was, and that was just... And then when I realized, I'd like full-on panic till I saw what it was, and then it was still a little bit of panic. But awesome, you're back. What would happen? Would you get paid if you had to be sent home due to not your fault? It's a real good question. So we have power supply, we have water cooler, GPU, and a few more wires to run. Let's take some peelies off. Bye. And you get paid? Man, you just take a few dollars of that and have people come light fires all the time. No work, much pay. Much fire, less work. That work is expected. Right, it's a rather large company. Yeah, not this place. This is a company of 2. I don't know though. I don't know if I could do the corporate thing. That would, in my experience of other people, not so much build, but work with computers and software, in somewhat hardware, their hands are very tied and limited, at least in, you know, the IT field with repair and whatnot. I've met people that they had certain tools they could use, even if it wasn't the right tool for the job. That's what they had available to them, and that was working with a bigger establishment. I don't know that I agree with that or that's a good thing. Alright, let's start routing some of our wires through this monster. I'm going to go there with one. And that we need the USB 3 to the bottom, sadly. And then our USB-C goes there. We got to find these. Those are the ones that I routed real weird. So we're going to flip this over carefully and claim our wires. Put this on its very edges because we don't have much room on that Lazy Susan. Okay, type C will route out. We're going to need a 90-degree for that. There, we can go a little higher up, I suppose. Let's throw our power supply in at least. No, we're going to wait, actually. We'll wait on that. We'll get cables. No. Which way? Which way? I knew it wasn't going to be easy. Do you see that clearance? There's not much room between that power supply and those cables, possibly to be changed. Need 10 amp then, rather as company. Nice. What are you making, Chris? An adapter? I think to be changed to a different location. I don't know. I don't know, routing that out. It's going to be difficult choice. Alright, back over. Much spin. That is almost perfectly in line. I don't know if I have any 90, what would that be? 90 down? Yeah, I don't. Test lead for the 1X and 1S comp. Oh, like to go direct from power supply to the comp. That's super cool. Yeah, that. Hey, if you want, I need one for a 360. I still haven't chopped mine apart to see which way the polarity is and removing all that plastic and metal. I only really need it for the 1X. Why is no thrill on? It's the same cable. Clears the bulk. You know, I never really favored the external power brick style of the like 360 and I guess what would it be, the OG 1X that has an external power supply. That was never really favorable to me. Like I like the internal power supplies that PS4 and other stuff has, but I mean, I can see the why the why they did it. Definitely see the how they did it, but alright, we're smashing mouse pads all over the place, but we're trying not to scratch into the case with any paint on this Lazy Susan. We need to flip. Watercolor be the last thing, I believe. And this is probably the most annoying thing. Where is it? is these right here. I hate loop cable, like jumper cables for power. Just give me a straight through. Two straight through 8 pins would have been much better, but not cheaper. So, and sadly, not all power supplies come with them. So there's a whole whopping 2 VGA cables with this power supply this customer bought. Customer supplied parts, everything for this build. And absolutely both cables are dummy ones. So they have the jumper of the other wires at the end. Voltage is going from PSU into the console. Yeah, I never played with the 360 power supply, but I have use for one now. I mean, I don't know if I want to order one or try and mod my 1X power supply to power it, if that can be done. Because of I believe my stolen Xbox 360 has made it back into my hands, but I don't have any way to power it to find out, but it would be nice. I had a fairly far progressed game of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag on there. Could always play it on PC, but I started it on Xbox 360 at one time. Thought I'd get to finish it, never did. Console disappeared. You gonna click? Click. Alright, click. Proper torque. Achieved. Alright. Nope, wrong wire. Right wire. There we go. Anti-slip. Anti-slip measures applied. Alright. Back on the spinny boy. Get out of here. Zoom out, not in. What did I do? Wrong one, wrong one. Almost guarantee those Velcro ties are getting replaced with zip ties. They're not going to be strong enough to hold this thick cabling in place. Not without some serious routing. Specs of the build, it's a Ryzen, I don't know AMD hardware. Give me a second here. It's a Ryzen 9 5900X, 16 gigs of DDR4. There's a, what is this thing? Radeon, where's that box at? 6600 XT, I want to say. RX 6600, so sorry, not 6600 XT, just a 6600, 8 gig card, and M.2 2 terabyte boot drive, and then whatever power supply we have. EVGA are the specs of this build. Tell me that unmounts simply. Look at that pulsing webcam, I love it. Autofocus, I'll turn it off. This is where we get to fit our hand in a super uncomfortable spot. We're going back over to this guy and getting some light, at least to help me see. Are you VGA? specs. Definitely specs. These guys have been doing great the past few years. So great that Intel guy here, me, is thinking of building an AMD system. I think we'll cheat that like that with just one and then two. The rest should tuck in there just fine. Potentially we'll put that case back in, or the hard drive sled. Everything, I believe, except CPU cooler is in, and at this point, some final little management, pulling, zip ties, flattening. We'll find out when we go to put the other side on. I mean, they could be with 12th gen. I just... Mac PC, Pepsi, Coke, McDonald's, Burger King. I mean, you can throw Wendy's in there and whoever else. Jack in the Box, In and Out, 2 guys, or 5 guys, whoever. It's an endless argument. Can we possibly get away with that? Okay, so let's look at this. See this? That almost has to be. Let's get the helping friendly book. It is. Here's where we break it. You ready? Unsocketing the USB 3. So we have an option of having this loopy cable up here, or we can approach from somewhere else and plug in to that spot. It literally will not unplug. Well, I mean it will, but we're not going to yank on it that tough right at the moment. Water cooler time, and then I say post test it and be done. Give me the knife. Kniffy. Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's always a back and forth, but it just, I don't know. Ryzen's done pretty well. Hopefully, Intel can do even better. And the cost, man, how do they keep up with justifying that cost? That is just crazy. Even though I love Intel through and through, the cost is mental. unwrapped. We gotta unpack this now. We're out of room, so we'll just throw it in the pile. Ha 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 ha. Some assembly required. Alright, let's do it. So be it. Move the computer for some assembly. Am I mistaken? We'll find out. I don't think so. Could be, but I don't think so. Which ones will we need? Definitely not what's on there, or possibly what's on there. Yeah, no, I still have a heap. That was the whole, like the lower end A series AMD laptops. Yeah, there was a whole heap of them, and very few Intel, even budget Intel laptops kind of made the grade at the same time as those A series. Like a little baffling, honestly, but they made leaps and bounds from then till now. Especially, I don't know about mobile platform. I'm talking desktop. Okay, so not it. Are you it? Not it. That's one. And one back in. Okay, so what we're doing right now is converting over from Intel 11XX sockets to the AMD AM4 mounting. I believe like that. That's where our one-sided plug is going to have to go. We plug that in, and then two fans right there. I don't know that it was a CPU also on those AMD laptops as much as like the integrated graphics that were on them. Dr. Nerf. There's like wrong way. HP 2000s, that was one. There was so many variants of that thing. Compaq made one that looked just like it. But just, yeah, I mean, I saw a great number of those. I'm not saying Intel boards didn't die and it wasn't CPU related or integrated graphics related. It very well could have been, but the ratio offset on it was just astounding. Like how are all these laptops dead and they all have AMD in common, at least for a mobile platform. That was years ago, not today. Gotta put some fans on this thing too. Alright, so it's gonna go get off the thermal paste guy. Which way are we gonna make it look bad? Let's take a look. Oh, do we have to do that? Is that gonna be a thing? That is going to be a thing. That's okay. Because if we can not plug it in and have it not light up anything other than white, that will be simply amazing. To be determined. Yeah, that was well before Ryzen, man. Well before Ryzen, and just the socket support, like with AM4 has went so far forward. It's insane. The amount of CPUs and old motherboards that you can do a BIOS splash on and upgrade to a Ryzen CPU from an old, I think Bristol Ridge, if I'm not mistaken, was the name. Oh boy, oh boy. Which way do we want to do that? So I'm just taking a look now at water cooling position. Let's get it out of the way. Find out which way we're going to loop these, and then we also going to have to do some other things with this. So when we mount it down, do we want stuff looping back toward fan, potentially? Toward the fan that's at the back of the case? Or do we have it loop forward? What do we say, back or front? Back or front? Back or front? What's the score here? front? Yeah, we're gonna have to flip. If we do that to flip them to the front, we might still be able to flip it. They're gonna crisscross. But to keep the logo up the right way, you know what? It may not look as bad. I think we'll do it that way and let them drop down. Thank you, Chris. I like that idea. Now, do we trust Corsair and their infinite wisdom that that is the correct amount, the perfect amount of thermal paste? Or are we going to not trust them and apply more? Got to get a drink here, people. Should be enough when down tight. We're going to trust Corsair. All right. Let's do it. We'll trust them up. Full send. On this one, we should have full sent this whole thing and just built the damn thing. And, yeah, ran with it. That always sucks when you do that and come to find out, hey, you got a DOA part. Alright, not on there the way I would call it good, so let's kick that in some. One thing I wish they would change is their mounting system, AMD. Alright, we're gonna have to tighten this down. So, for that we need a slightly bigger tool, I think. Unless said tool is not here. Alright, too tighten. We gotta really torque it down. We want that water cooling working. And this is where it gets real dumb. Where can we make that work? Where's the mounting? Same spot, just opposite? Okay. So I think there. Yeah, possibly. To not have to loop that as hard. Possibly we'll go that far. Right now, let's take care of these. What do we have? So CPU. Those will go to fans. It goes to SATA on the back side. Can we make that happen, or is it gonna? It's gonna pinch the wires to do it that way. Fair enough. We just make it look better. We'll do it that way. We need a zip tie soon. You have some experience with Corsair liquid coolers? Not at all, man. Not at all. I can't stand Corsair as a brand. Actually, probably my favorite brand is at the spot. Look here, man, the idea is not have to invert this thing. Enough experience to know that they can be a nuisance from time to time. Alright, no more left-handed screwing. We're flipping this thing to do it right. Can't believe there's people still out there alive. Tiny case. Oh my goodness, this is not a tiny case. It's a, oh my goodness, it's right, where's the book? DLX22 Neo. A tiny case would be my mini ITX case that's running this stream with a 1080 stuffed in there and then water cooling on the CPU. That's in a tiny case. As soon as we get 3 of these tight, or at least 2, we're good to roll. We'll skip the other 5 or 6, right? One in each corner, then leave the rest. I figured just one in, you know, we'll go one in the middle, one in the other middle is good to go. It'll balance it that way. It's load balancing. You just put them in the middle, and if it wants to tip either way, it has a equal chance to tip either way. One, two, three, 4, 5, and 6. Uh-oh, I'm dinging. I'm dinging. Must be bad news. Just an update on this situation. Love those updates coming through. Is top so it leaks slightly. What? The hose is top so it leaks slightly? Not to say they don't want that case. No. This is that the actual case is on the way, is being shipped. So I get to do this to let the person enjoy it, to redo it. That was notification. But yeah, pain in the ass. But hey, do we really got to do 2 more? I guess it balances it out. Yeah, so building a computer to rebuild it. But that's the reality that we find ourselves in at the moment. What are you talking about? The hose at the top so it leaks. Wait, hose. I'll nick the hose too so it leaks like. No, man. We can't be doing that. That's not cool. We want performance here, not lightning. Well, I guess lightning wouldn't be bad. Let the ghost out. I like ghosts. I play a couple of them ghost hunting games. Maybe they want to see the ghost come out of these electronics. You never know. A little sparky. Somebody could be into that type of thing. Alright, last screw, and then we get to do something else. We get to find out if I can get a screw in that fan. If not, then all this was senseless. I believe I will be able to. It's just going to be a nightmare. But I'm not going to submit to tearing this thing back out. That's one of those, I will find a way. Alright, ready? Now we get to see the big, okay, so the big dilemma is, will a screw fit in there? And I believe it will. Throw those out of the way and start with the fans. See, here's one annoyance. You don't find these on all fans. But one of my pet peeves or personal annoyances. Like say we wanted to route these cables as close to the same length from each other as possible. Naturally, you would want to put them as such, okay? But you can't with this one because they will actually pinch if they're in between there. That plastic comes the whole way out to the edge, that little plastic rib. Yeah, I know you can chop it out, but then you got your cable there. So this is the other option, where you route the cables both the same way and pull them together and end up with different length cables, or hide a loop somewhere in the middle to have these both ends end up in the same spot. Yeah. Annoyance, nuisance, all of it. Alright, who says we're not getting this screw in? The one that holds this corner of the fan in right here by the heatsink area. We're going to get it in there. I think we got room. How we're going to turn it, I haven't a clue yet, but what we're going to do to make sure it's lined up is throw another screw in. Like unhook here? You mean unhook from there? I mean if you want to stack them, like when you want to stack them up double and want to run it that way and have another one hit. Yeah, you could unhook it here. And then, but being that it's on mounted to a rad and not a case, not a good situation. I just hate that some of their fans won't let you route them out that way when a lot of other fans you can. But hey, can't complain. The job now is to find a way to get that screw in. Oh, no, only on the one side there's a pass-through, not on the other. We will need a piece of reference material here. Is that one, or do we want to go one bigger? I think we go one bigger to be safe. Boy, even that's going to be close. Still too much. There it is. I think we ran up against the wall on this one. We'll find out very soon. We could have some problems with this one as well. Hopefully not. All right, take the magnet off, hide the magnet there. Alright, and our solution, maybe. We're going to find out, that's for sure. And I think that should work. Let's try it. Do we make it? Yeah, there we go. We made it past the tough thread part. We can wind it in and hopefully hit it with the screwdriver and our heat shrink pliers. Maybe it's the bigger one that does that. I can't remember. Bent fins, watch out. Which one of, oh, nice magnet, be nice. Go in. We're almost there. First I just took the 8 screws out of the top to get this in, but that was not the challenge laid out. Unstack and unstack. One to go. All right. So close to being done with this for temporary. Man, they give you a pile of screws with this thing. What's the word? What's the gamble? Is this thing gonna post with the additional 8 gigabytes of RAM and whatever else. Water cooler. Is it gonna post? No doubts. Sorry, I'm just grabbing a drink if you hear mic muting and I'm muting. So we got some cold tea and hot coffee. Which one? Whew. Good stuff, good stuff. Keep on it so we can post this and end the show. End the spectacle of dumbassery at its finest. Yeah, hot coffee all day. Yeah, I do that. Occasionally I gotta cool it out though. A little bit of cold tea, iced tea, whatever you want to call it. There's no ice in it, it's just cold. But no, I know the hot coffee all day. That's how you do it, man. That's legit. That's the only thing to drink. Alright. Everything is tight. Now we got some funny routing to do with these guys, because they're just it's funny guys all the time with them. And then we may have to make a custom cable, which I really genuinely hope not, but it will not be the first time that I've had to make a custom cable for one of these, for this actual same hardware. It's like, I don't know how they couldn't figure it out to not just send longer cable. So it's going to route up and jump down. It might actually make it. To be determined. We're not sure yet, but this is a crazy silly setup, but it's how it works. We're going to plug this in. This has to plug into here. And then we will route it over, possibly there. Probably not make that tight of a turn as to not, I don't want to flex anything on the port, but if we make this one and zip tie in with that stuff and route it back, I think that'll be our plan. Let the nightmare begin with these wires. The other reason I don't dig AMD's mounting system is you have way less, when these cables are concerned, to tuck into, and just overall less options. Need to split that back a little further. With Intel, you have 4 mounting points, and you can potentially help, tuck this back behind the one that's going to be here to help hold it, but not this way. You don't. Zip tie. That will work. Alright, perfect. We will add that in. I don't know about now. Why not? Let's make it difficult on ourselves. This ain't even worth doing unless it's difficult. And torture. Alright. We will pull those out. That needs pulled back. This cable, little slight bit of routing, and tucked in, well, really wherever we can, but alright, we gotta swap over to our bird cam. And there's no good spot as far as where the center of the fans are. So we're going to move our zip tie that we left a little slack in closer to the one side. And pull our fan wires back through. Which you really ain't not going to see a lot of until I get the cables routed. There's one. Come on, you loopy wires, go. this massive cable to go through to our USB 2.0 port. All right, let's check the front again and see what we can do to make it look better. So hopefully we can hide that away a little. I know black wires, black case, glass. The other one's going to end up the same way. But I think it should be enough for routing's sake. And then we get to cut this stuff and pull it back out. Take off, Chris. You're good, buddy. I didn't see you send that, so you're good, all good. I'm just gonna have to watch it more closely if any craziness comes through. It's not necessary for anybody to be around. I'm just doing this. I appreciate anybody being here. Computer stuff is not exciting, but have a good night. Alright, not my favorite, but it's a situation I find myself in. And route wires, so we got to jump this down to a USB 2 port, which if we start getting crazy with it, it's going to be all over the place. So I think our best chance is straight down. We're going to connect it there with a zip tie and then loop it up to our USB 2.0 port. So straight down. Clip. Then we have to find places hide this. The obvious choice is in this bundle. I think that is going to be about perfect there. Let's do that. And get away with using no zip ties, at least on that part. We have a SATA cable also to route through there. Possibly, possibly not. Yeah. Put it at the very edge. Route through. The magic of Velcro. Not a chance that's going to stay, but we can hope. Alright, SATA cable. SATA cable USB 2 and post time and out. Who else do we got alive? Anybody. Anybody still alive? We killed poor Chris with sleep deprivation. It's got to go out through and find USB 2. Let's route our single solitary SATA cable. Is that it? There it is. That's it. Still hanging in there. Dr. Nerf. Oh my goodness. Got to get you a trophy for that one. Now, tell me the difference between SATA and peripherals. In other words, SATA and Molex. Did we make it? We made it into the SATA port. Yay! And we're looking for a click. Alright, click. Properly torqued. And yet again, more torque applied. Too much torque. Oh no. I don't like that. We gotta get more Velcro. If you can't Velcro something down, that's no good. More torque. Let's find our Velcro that came with it. Did it? Or did it not? Am I crazy? Not it, not it, not it, not it. Well, we need to retorque that guy. So I'm not pretending. I'm definitely feeling super crazy right at the moment. Like, I didn't see any Velcro all night. I know I had to have. Velcro is a thing that they can't just help shipping too much of it with anything that you buy. It's just where, I guess it's more of a matter of where it is. Where's it at? Alright, well, to be replaced. So we had one pop, and let's show this. Never a fan when they do this right at the point where they melt it. Not the first time I've had it happen on with cases and stuff, Velcro, but right where they hit it with some heat transfer to melt two pieces together, the hook to the loop. So we got to put another strap in place when we get one. I will find it at some point. Everything's hooked up. We need USB 2.0. Which routed out right there, about in a perfect spot. Except our missing pin is in the wrong corner, so we'll flip it and attempt to plug in. Alright, not very graceful or favorable, however. I think that's that. USB 2. The pump is plugged in. That is routed there. Well, let's find out. Gusto? No gusto. CPU. I feel like there's something I didn't fully plug in. I was like, oh, I'll come back and snap that in later. But I think we got it. Just this loopy. I don't want to cut the cable, so we're just going to leave it zip tied. We need to install another fan at some point. Not essential for our post test, or yeah, repost test. Alright, all the display ports are blocked. The only thing open is HDMI. Clear CMOS. Q-Flash Plus. Nice. Alright, here we go. Who knows what this thing is going to do, because it is currently not controlled by anything, so yeah. I'm not sure if it's going to go all RGB pukey on us, or if it's going to go white. Let's find out where the short's at. power cable. And we've got power. I gotta find a button. Which one is it? The big button? Oh yeah, we're going rainbow puke. Rainbow puke for this one. That's got to be turned off. But we can't do that until we get some software, some Windows installed. BIOS. Alright. Fans are spinning. Pump is pumping. Okay, and we're getting, let me pull this up. We're getting a, where are we at? We're on that one. Yeah, there you go. Reboot and select proper boot device or insert boot media in selected boot device and press a key. The customer wanted to install their own Windows, so yeah, this is where we leave it currently. Fan, that's not a big deal. You know how to install fans, people. Very nice hardware, I wish. What do we got here? You know what? Give me a moment. I am 100% doing a Windows install on my SSD. Okay. And let's go for it. We need a SATA cable and some SATA juice. I just want to see this machine other than posting. I want to see it up running on Windows, but I'm not going to take away the satisfaction of the customer installing Windows. I knew I saw Velcro. Dang, look at that. That would be nice to have. It's not ours. Look at that little speaker. And what are you, 2? 2 and 1? 1 and 2? Little 2 and 1. Alright, let's find out. Straight through or angled? Straight through. Does anybody actually stick their motherboard stickers on anything? I didn't know that was a thing that happened in 2021, 2022. Stickers with your motherboard. Alright, we got some funny guys here for a minute acting up. There we go. Potentially, yep, alright. Funny guys put away. Stickers put away. There we go. One of them people out there. Get out of here, man. Well, let's power down. First thing we have to know, when you start mixing and matching M.2 drives, which we 100% have one in this build, right above the GPU under this shield, we have a M.2 NVMe drive. On some motherboards, depending where you would install that, it may disable. It may or may not disable SATA ports. So we're going to take a look at the Helping Friendly book real quick. And see if we can make heads or tails out of what could potentially be disabled, if anything, as far as the SATA port goes with a drive installed in the top. Okay, so exactly what I was saying right here. Let's try and make sense out of this, hopefully. The availability of SATA connectors may be affected by the type of device installed in the M.2 sockets. The M2D SB, M2D SB, so the bottom one, SATA 3, 4 and SATA 3, 5 are not available if you put an M.2, so that would be our bottom connector. We should have no problems because we're installed in M2A CPU. We're in this M.2 slot, and it shows that all of our SATA is available. So we'll just plug in and go for it. Do a quick Windows install, just of what we have here, not worrying about activating, but just to check some performance. Let's route a cable from here to the back. And find out what's what. So we got to unplug. Hit our power button, bleed off any power. Power supply off, power button. Let's give this a quick little flip. We will absolutely take advantage, if we can, of our SATA ports here. How are we going to do this? You know, nah, that worked too nice. We are putting that back. We will do the painstaking process of plugging into the power supply, I believe. Alright, hold tight, little Velcro. Hold tight. Let's go to our other SATA port. I'll see if I can show this. Get up on the Lazy Susan. Literally no room. SATA? Perfect. All right. Notice size 256. If it's not glaring, it is. 256. 256 gig is what we're going to be installing to, not the 2 terabyte of the customers. And flip time. Keyboard. Let's do this. Keyboard at the ready. What is it for gigabyte? Tell me. Don't tell me you need a wired USB. Alright, wired it is. You have won a wired keyboard, my friend. Alright. Let control resume with our wireless stuff. All right, all 16 gigs of RAM reporting for duty. Perfect. $3,600. $40C. CPU fan. What is that, 3-pin? Yeah, 3-pin. Well, 1 wire, 3-pin. Auto. We definitely want a warning. We will leave that. Escape. Okay, so our SATA, solid state drive, right there, silicon power, PCIe, is our GPU? Yes. And then our 2 terabyte PNY XLR 8 drive detected. The 2 fans on the water cooler are not showing. They're basically showing being controlled by the pump in the unit here. The RGB spitting out. Let's go ahead and there's no way to select that stuff there. So let's see, the next favorite's 11. Advanced mode, F2. There we go. This looks more like something you can keyboard around in. But we're not messing with shit there. PC health, IO ports. Instant off, power loading. Okay. No. Storage boot option control. And what is this? This is AORS's who? Gigabyte, so F12 is boot devices? I'm not sure. We'll see. We will see. USB support full initial. Wi-Fi driver enabled. Last boot SATA devices. What are they talking about last? System. Can we not just save? Whatever. Save and we'll try and come back. Man, what is the... We beat the clock. Beat the train. Maybe not. Oh man, enough with the stripes. Go through to... Perfect. Alright. We need a Windows 10. Who's got it? Somebody drop one off, quick. You know what? We're gonna go back. We're disabling that. That just opened up too many options. I'm not sure we want it. It acts up on my computer. Save and exit setup. Yes. And we're going to hammer on F12 because I think that may be our boot devices. Hopefully we can get it. On and off, on and off. I think we're loading into the installer. We'll get this done and over with and get out of here. Perfect. Okay. Need a mouse. And what? We're going to go to drive 0. That's our 256 gig drive, roughly. See how tough it is to turn that RGB off. But hey, at least we get to test it working with a Windows install. We didn't ruin it for the M.2 drive, but it's set up ready to go once we pull that SATA drive out. Time to pick up tools. While this does its 99 plus 1%. $52. Keep counting. All right, 78, and still counting. All right, 98. Very good. Keep going. You ain't doing no updates. There's no network plugged in, man. Think we're crazy? All right. Hit that reboot now. Rebooted, pull your install media, and away we go. Holy shit, man. Did you see that getting device ready 100%? That was nuts. Oh. I barely even saw that. I was taking a drink of tea and it just spun through there so fast I about choked on the tea. Man, that's sad. Maybe we'll iron that back together like they did in a Velcro piece. Yeah, I told this customer at least good deal on the, how do I want to say it? Not going the expensive route. What are we looking at there? That's some silly stuff, man. Super silly stuff. But yeah, not going that super expensive route of Intel and building a decent AMD system. I've been impressed with them to the point where I might build one, so, you know, what does that say? Highly considering it. Everything's costly these days. All right, let's go. Yes, we are in a country. That country uses a keyboard. We are a fairly dumb country, so we don't need a second language. And not so fast. I have no such thing as internet and Googles. Do not try to force me into it. Test. Does that work? Can we space a name? Next. We don't need a password. We're just going to unpassword it because this drive's getting pulled. Certainly. Always. Hello. Hello, hello. We're getting everything ready for you. Good job. You won. Several minutes we shall see. It could massively fail, but I don't think so. Right. What's it gonna be? Several minutes or almost? You had to tell me almost there? Hey. Maybe later. Via App Center. Let's cancel that for right now. What are we missing on a base install? Probably a lot. Yes, definitely a lot. So no GPU, no Bluetooth, the chipset, SM bus. Look at that ridiculous amount. God damn. They really do that? That's the thing? With that many cores? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are they going to list all 24 because of hyperthreading? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, they sure do. Damn. Alright, well, even with some of the drivers missing and only running from a SATA solid state drive, this thing is lightning quick. So I can imagine I can only imagine once this customer gets their system that it's going to be even quicker once they do the drivers and everything else. So I think I can safely leave it there. Base, oh yeah, base install. The heck. We'll plug network into it just cause. Go for it. Alright, set it up. What was that thing that popped up? App Center. Oh, good. I cannot handle this silliness. So I can't do nothing with the display until we get some more Is it going to get it? Nice. So even on a base install, it's grabbing just some of the drivers just by being connected to the network. They shouldn't have a hard time doing the setup on this. This is going to be fairly straightforward for this user. Yeah, I can't see any problems. I mean, literally everything except part of the chipset and then the display driver for the graphics card. What is that switch on there? Is that for lights? No lights? Yeah, look, that's ridiculous. All that just by connecting to the network. Yeah, they'll have a good time. Do that. I want to see if we can program a default into our H100. I can't remember if they have onboard memory. What do we need for that? What is the software that runs Corsair stuff? IQ? Yes, I think. And it's not going to be the newest, it's going to be earlier version. Oh, okay, we got it. Hopefully this can be programmed to boot white. I know some mice, some keyboards, some of their gear has onboard, like an onboard profile that you can program it to, and it will just start up that way. I'm going to see with that one, I don't know. If not, hey, install IQ, set it to white, and or off, no color, and you'll be good to go. But that's basically the last check I'm going to do. As soon as this I'm going to install and check that out and be done. Where are you at? There you are. Is that an open file? We accept already. Yes. Did we just get a display driver? We had the screen blank out. Should be coming, but there it is. It's back up, and we got full resolution on our display now. So if we pop up device manager, I'm guessing we see our graphics card. Let's do that. That's nice. Let's go for it. Display adapter, there we go. RX 6600. Literally everything. I didn't have to do a thing, I just plugged it in. Windows 10 is great with drivers. It's gotten better over the years, but it's actually awesome. Still getting some IQ. Lighting effects. There we go. If the customer wants it off, or say white, get out of here, HP printer. We can do white. Maybe they got a favorite color, who knows? Green. We can do green, green, pink. We'll do the off. I wonder if it will keep that. That would be great. Where would that be? Lighting, hardware lighting. So we can be barely lit to really lit. Hardware lighting, I think we'll do it. See, this is all stuff we need to look at too, temp wise. when IQ is not running. So this is what we were indeed looking for, this black. There, that's all the way off. The person isn't a fan of lighting. I said there may be some on the motherboard depending on what you buy. They picked this stuff out, so that's what it is. Alright, I think we're good. Gonna get out of here, finish cleaning up, packing up these boxes of all the spares, the unrusty bolts, and bag of ideas. Need some bigger bags, man. This stuff did not ship with no lack of parts, anything that we did here. What's that? What is that? Oh, we're keeping that for future crap. Silverstone, whatever it is, Silverstone thermal paste. Alright. It's time to get home, people. Have a good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you are. Thanks for hanging out, the people that did earlier. And now we got a post successful out of the case, in the case, and then a successful install to our SSD that's being pulled. So this can be taken home and the customer install their own SSD, or install their own Windows. Which sounds good to me, man. I can put the sides back on this and ship it out of here. I'm out. Have a good whatever it is for you. We'll catch people next time. Dr. Nerf, Chris, you're not here, but we'll see you later, buddy. Didn't have to go all sleep deprivation on us. But thank you for hanging out as long as you did. Dr. Nerf, whoever was trying to, I hate the post like the one I removed. Yeah, and everybody earlier. Asta, Andrew, Jade, I can't even name all the people. Luke, George, Roger. I'm just going back through. Oh, and especially Dad. Good to see you over here while you were. I know it gets late over there, later there in the UK than it does here, so have a good one, people. We're ending this thing. The computer works. That's all we can be psyched for. Good days. All right. Later, people.